County Commission. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, do we have any public comment? Okay, seeing none, then we'll go to commission comments. Commissioner Ford?
Yes. Monday afternoon, I met with former Kansas House Representative Ken Glasscock to discuss a handful of items, including this current state legislative session, some local control things, property tax impacts, and county services, just to name a few. Like meeting with some people every now and again just to have conversation to get some perspective, and he's certainly one of those people you can do that with. So had a good conversation, always insightful to have some dialogue there. Spent part of the week working on getting some meetings set up on Capitol Hill while I'm there in DC on the 20th through the 25th. So far, I do have appointments in Congressman Mann and Senator Moran's office, and working on getting some agendas put together for that as well. Waiting to hear back from both Congressman Schmidt's office and Senator Marshall's office as well. And I need to send an email out today if I'm thinking about it. Wednesday evening, speaking of Congressman Mann, I had a telecast call with him in his office. He gave an update summary on everything his office is working on, general overview of what's happening on Capitol Hill currently. And then after that, he took a series of questions dealing with anything from agriculture to voting to I think there was even a question on armed services too. So just listening to that, it was just good to hear what the dialogue was, and then that call wrapped up. Also last night, I attended February's Business After Hours hosted by the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. I was out at WTC's office out at the K-State Edge District. Pretty well attended. I guess it's the first one of the year. I don't think they had one in January. If they did, I missed it. WTC gave an update on everything they're working on. You will be getting that soon. Fortunate for you. Yeah. And some other things that they're working on. They've got a partnership going on with K-State baseball. So when you're out at Toyton Family Stadium out there, you'll see some WTC logos on the field now. So talked a little bit about that as well. And then gave away some prizes. Had some basketball tickets, a signed Avery Johnson jersey, some food and beverage package downtown, and a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses. Guess what went last? Just saying. Okay. Anyway, yeah, with that, that's all I've got.
Okay, Commissioner McKinney.
Well, Tuesday was a construction meeting for the emergency management fire building. Everything's moving along well. Walls from storm shelter are done, and they were pouring the floor over there. And right now, all the rough ends are underway, and that'll be the main work for the next couple of weeks. And then had some discussions on the shade structure, how that's going to set up. Tuesday evening was the K-State women's basketball game. Another exciting game. They're the team that plays well together.
I hope they stay. I hope all of them stay together next year.
Yeah, if they stay together and get one tall or get one big person inside, they'll be really something next year. Then Wednesday, I attended the Randolph City Council. Hadn't been there up for a couple of months, and they had questions about what happens to RCD when Manhattan tries to expand it right into Potawatomi County. Actually, I had questions earlier that week from two other people, and I told them we were also concerned and we're keeping an eye on it. And then I updated them on some of the county business, some of the construction projects we've gotten, and corrected some of the very recent headlines. That's it.
Well, let's see. Tuesday morning, I had an appointment with the chiropractor. Went well. And then in the afternoon, I met with several constituents. I had some input on
some county issues that they had. I also talked to North County businessmen concerns about the RCPD expansion. I had talked to one of the city commissioners, who told me that would be way, way down the road. So that's about all I can say. I think we ought to talk about it.
City
County, and also that survey.
That's a good idea.
And the what?
That survey on that.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard
Yeah.
things, but I'd like to see.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Tuesday and Wednesday spent a lot of time reviewing documents for today's meetings. And just a review of the Keats project for tonight's meeting out at the Keats Community Center. But who wants to go? They're going to be presenting, the engineers are going to be presenting the whole project, what's going to happen. It is out to bid now, so we should be getting some bids in, hopefully soon. So, well, and that's all I've got.
Great, business commissioners. First, I would have need a motion on the regarding and light up the military adjournment for the tax.
Explain that again just a little bit. I know we do it every year, but
Yeah, so Kansas law requires an attorney be appointed to represent the interests of anyone who might be disabled or a minor or in military service. There has to be an attorney in place to represent anybody who might be in that position. I actually don't believe we have anyone who falls into those categories, but we still have to appoint one by law. And the rate for it is $750, which is, let's say, very generous for us.
I will say we did have a situation last year where we did have to utilize their services, which they didn't go out for.
Any other questions?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the contract for attorney fees as submitted. Second.
We moved and seconded to approve the contract for the fees. Favor.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Motion on the payment for professional service for the side road and bridge with Schwab.
I do to approve the agreement for professional services with Shawnee for the last road bridge.
Second.
So we moved and seconded to approve the agreement for professional services with Schwab Eaton for the Cedar Road Bridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sure.
Engineers like their paperwork, don't they?
That's true. Six. How big is that village? I guess so.
Talking about it the other day, they're talking, it's just dead silence. Freaking me out. K-State baseball starts this weekend.
I'm excited to see how they do. It sounds like they've got a very good country.
We got a pretty good starting three rotation. I think that'll do them well on the weekends.
You know, that's one venue that I don't utilize like I should. It's such a great environment,
Yeah.
you know, right here. It's a really neat atmosphere when you go.
Mhm. I have a lot of nostalgia. I played on that field.
It's very affordable, you know, that's.
Oh, it is. Friday nights, they usually have some good food deals. And
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Next, commissioners need a motion on solid waste grant program.
Go ahead and move to approve the contract from KDHE to secure grant funds for the purchase of the solid waste compost screener.
I'll second.
So moved and seconded to approve the contract with KDHE to secure grant funds for the solid waste compost screener. Favor?
Next, commission need a motion on the highway use permit, reforms.
I didn't approve the highway use permit, granting Justin Richter, BFG underground, permission to bore a 1-inch water line under Watermill Road.
I'll second.
So moved and seconded to approve the highway use permit, Dustin Richter, B and J underground permit to bore a 1-inch water line or the Watermill Road. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sure.
See how easy that could be?
Next, commissioner need need a motion on recommendation of steel and circle for airport road and bridge filings.
Go ahead and move to approve the purchase of the bridge pilings for the airport road bridge from Odin Enterprises for the amount of $25,237.62.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the, to approve the quote submitted by Welcome Sales, for bridge decking for the airport road bridge in the amount of $49,868.50. All in favor?
Just want to correct that this is for code and enterprise.
They got it wrong on that sheet. On your computer, it tells it says the right one.
Okay, I can. Okay, correction, do I need to do that?
No, we're,
That's-
no,
Okay. I saw that when I looked through this, but
yeah.
Still need to vote on it though.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just make it official.
Sorry, guys.
Time.
You would. I figured if I didn't say.
I missed that. I was.
Next question, need a motion on tax roll correction?
Go ahead and move to approve the tax roll corrections.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the tax roll corrections. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sure, please. Again, employee action form for Katie, India, volunteer firefighter separation service, Stella Moser, new hire, interim health department. Angelica Benino, new hire, fiscal analyst health department. Estrella Wiley, new hire, volunteer fighter, fire district number 1. Ethan Sandness, new hire, volunteer firefighter, and Jordan Roberts, new hire, volunteer firefighter. All three. Your motion.
I move to approve and have requested employee action board trained.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the employee action forms as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Pretty please sign.
It's amazing how we're programmed, huh?
The what?
You're not on those position blank sign.
Yeah.
So, sure.
Yeah, it's not just simple. Sometimes when there's key jobs like this, I just want to kind of give you some data. And so I know you guys were really looking at the billing position, and just for reference, we did, that job was only open for 28 days, which was a little bit difficult to fill. And we had 22 applicants. So just kind of reference on stats for that position. And I know they're very excited to have it filled.
Fiscal analyst?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You said bill. I said, yeah.
That actually also have a graduate.
I'm glad to see us get some volunteer firefighters.
Yeah.
It's good.
So that you can go back to the county meeting.
What Catherine was talking about. Yeah.
The expansion is like, procedure.
City expansion.
In the park, county.
What's the name of that? They have a name,
The east, the gateway.
the gateway.
But then also about that survey they had for the pool, which I can't remember, had some stuff about Seco Park, that we need to look at.
Yeah. Talk about it. See.
Where's that? Is that here this time?
Yeah, we ran it this time.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll see this.
Anything else?
For an hour, that should be enough. I would hope.
Would all like to attend your governmental luncheon.
I will not be here. I already talked to Cindy about it.
Was that first?
23rd.
Michael and Jacob played with him. Yeah. This one is huge.
23rd.
I think it's Carla Hagelmeister and Deb Nuss talking about,
It is.
yeah, poverty. So I'd like to see that. I guess there's not a Zoom option.
Why not?
Question.
Or maybe not.
Put a question mark on. It's-
So when will city county be? The 26th
It's next Thursday.
or next week? And we today, okay, where which meeting is.
Yes, next Thursday.
And that's at
We
4.
hosted.
Yes.
That's at 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
We've had one of them here already, haven't we?
yeah.
Okay, so everybody knows to come here at that good way.
Canceled it. No, it's okay.
Well, then make sure you send out some kind of a notice letting everybody know it's at this location, just in case. Believe it or not. Some people that still don't know. By the time they do, we'll be back, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, people that used to go in here, they don't.
Yeah.
You guys moved again, now we just moved back to our old location.
You come around here.
Yeah.
You'll finally get. Find out.
Any changes to the minutes, commissioners?
I didn't have anything. I'll go ahead and make a motion then to approve the minutes as written from the February 9th meeting of the Riley County Commission.
I'll second.
Second, to approve the minutes of the February 9th meeting. All in favor?
All right.
And then, okay, commissioners?
Yes. I won't be here on the 23rd. I'm gonna try and zoom in from some quiet location with the Washington Hilton. Yes, I talked to her about it yesterday.
Any entrance, speak, so. Yes, yeah, at 9 o'clock.
Got all that done.
Yeah, it was long.
But we didn't have anything on Monday.
Say it. Maybe it works.
Okay.
Dang. Back in the whip over here, aren't we?
By public manager, so,
Okay.
yeah, and so I drafted this and you want to edit certain things, otherwise, if you want to just sign as is, there's 4 department heads that would be participating.
You said that draft to us yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Got a lot of drafts.
Do we need to make a motion on that? It's official action.
Well, I asked Rich if you could do it just like this.
Uh-huh. Okay, I'm just,
What
What are we doing?
it's just a letter of support.
Oh,
For, to
where's for,
4 people to attend.
Oh, I figured because that's.
Yeah.
Wait till Rich comes in.
That's right.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and then just make a motion that we approve the letter of support for the CPN program.
I'll second.
So moved and seconded to approve the letters of support for the CPM program. All in favor?
Need to make sure Rich knows it.
he's been. Put it on our list. I'm not beholden to, by any means.
No,
Yeah.
but I just figured since all three of us are signing something, that makes it one.
Definitely.
Yeah. I'd rather play it safe. I don't feel like taking class. I'm too old for that. Rich, we made a motion to sign this letter of support for the CPM program, just to play it safe. Okay, since all three of us are signing.
Who made a motion?
Me.
Yeah.
Vice chair.
Yeah, you're vice charging. Oh. I was wrong. I'm sorry.
Vice chair at the law board.
That's what, yeah, I guess I was,
I don't think it's gonna matter.
I'm sorry, I did that.
Doesn't sound that way.
Yeah, I was confused with the law board. It's just,
Yeah, the one I sent to you guys, that,
yeah, I'm going, oh, that's not right. Too many things.
Yeah.
Just sort of put it in a file somewhere.
Yeah, I think make sure. Thank you.
What's the name of that letter?
It's a letter of information for certified public manager. And it's for the board.
But you can pick up that. Okay. Well. We'll call, I'll text it. If you want,
No.
then I can tell.
Excuse me.
There you go. Good morning, commissioners.
Right here, I'm stuck in the middle of the hall. They had a rough month. Yeah.
All right. Good morning, commissioners. Jacob Hansen, Riley County Counselor. Admittedly, I have not have been super involved the past couple days recovering from this illness, so I don't have too much to update you guys on unless you have any specific questions. One thing I would note is February 19th, I believe, is the crossover deadline for legislation. So
16th, I think.
I want to say I just read it was 19th.
I might be.
So, that'll be important to realize what kind of bills die off and which ones are still alive and see where they go from there. So it'll be an important deadline to keep
Keep in
an eye on.
mind, that's for non-exempt committees.
Right. Of course, always with some exceptions, right?
Appropriations and tax can kind of do what they want.
So just a deadline to kind of keep an eye on. I'm still trying to watch a lot of the bills that come through, but this will hopefully narrow that down because right now there's just a lot to try to keep an eye on. So just want to get that update on as far as legislature calendar goes. Any other specific questions that maybe I can answer on any projects that we're working on?
I do have a couple of caveats, speaking of legislation. There's quite a few different property tax bills out there. Really probably need to make sure we're paying attention to those.
Yeah, there's a lot of strange ones.
Yeah.
For sure. Which, I mean, maybe I'm being too optimistic, but I'm not sure they'll gain much traction. I can hope.
Something's going to gain traction.
Something, yeah. So I imagine something will, right? But we'll see. I guess what it is when we got to fight.
Right now, they've got them.
I'll take a shotgun.
You know, them having so many, it may cause it to be less successful.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like they have consensus on it.
No.
Maybe, but everybody has their own idea of what needs to be done.
I mean, that Senate concurrent resolution 1616, which kind of came up as the first piece of property tax legislation, was really the biggest one as far as I've noticed. And that was not necessarily received well. So, you know.
And then got one, and I can't remember the number. I want to say 394, but it eliminates property tax altogether and it goes to a consumption tax.
That's
Right.
Yeah.
They're trying to, yeah.
Everybody understands you mean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Of course, this,
Anyone locally will be very.
I would imagine every business in Johnson County will have a problem with that.
The legislature certainly is not short of any creative ideas. Whether or not they're effective is a different question.
as far as calling creative, but
Creative but effective, I'm not so sure.
well, just is what we'll keep repeating.
They get called good.
Yeah. It's all subjective, I guess. All right, trying to think. You know, we're proceeding with, obviously, you've seen this morning the judicial tax foreclosure case. Everything's going well there. I've kind of handed that one off to Michael for him to use because thankfully we have Gianna who's got pretty much the playbook day by day manual to go by. So that's going well. No hiccups there. We continue. I should give you a quick update on one of our criminal nuisance abatement cases. Obviously, we should have had a trial not that long ago, but within the district court, our case was figuratively a hot potato and was kicked off from one judge to another, and then that judge recused himself from that case. And so now we've ended up with the third judge. And so now we're at a pretrial conference later this 2 weeks from now. And it's the only one really that we're going to trial on, at least that we're aware of for now. So we have a couple deadlines for the other criminal nuisance abatement cases that we got, that we have diversion agreements on. That's the end of March. I want to say end of March and beginning of April for 2 of them. And so at that point, we'll decide if they've complied, or if not, we'll have to move forward with the purpose of what that Senate bill that we did get passed. Then that kicks in and we start moving in on that. So just be advised that's approaching. To be honest, I'll be surprised if either are in total compliance by the time that comes. So
On the subject, do we need to start thinking about getting that repassed? That's going to come up next year.
yeah, next year for sure. I'll be
Start on that early than waiting to the last minute.
Yeah, I'll be preparing for that. I'll work with Tom Bruno and co. And
I'd also encourage us to reach out to our partners at Sedgwick and Crawford County who pass that along with us.
Yep, absolutely can do. And we'll start looking at that because I agree. Yeah, we got a year to go.
It took us 3 years to get it. So
Yeah,
that was slow.
and we want to. I think the if you recall the most concerns that the legislature had was that we would use this against agricultural property. And I think in every case that we've used, this criminal nuisance abatement so far has not been against agricultural property. So I think it's pretty clear we've used it within the parameters that we were given, and we'll likely get to hold on to it. I can hope, and I will certainly advocate for that.
I guess that was gonna be my second question. Do we need to hold on to it? And
I think so.
I thought would be,
Absolutely. I mean, for, you know, some of these properties, and I know Rich can attest, have been out of compliance for quite some time. And we finally, you know, had some real force behind, hey, you need to get this done and in regulation.
I've had several people reach out to me and say, thanks for cleanup over off of 77.
Good deal.
It's
Glad to
been
hear it.
noticed.
Good. I mean, that's what we want. And ultimately, you know, with these diversion agreements too, it's an easier way to talk with these people because we're just wanting compliance. We're not trying to make anybody's lives hard. Just getting compliance, we'll work with you as much as we can and get you there. So
Sounds good.
all righty. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, guys.
City of Randolph is trying to get it in the court so they can do this, the God that Riley, see how it's done. They like get municipal courts so they can enforce those things.
That's how it's sort of learning, so, shows, I was a career guy there, but now the rest of them not being compliant, that's how I was a career guy. For folks that don't pretty long. That's what I've been not. That is progress, dude. I don't know what that the last time you said. Yeah, that seemed odd. Yeah. It's, so you guys are in the, this is a letter from the center where in Kansas City area, he's got some interesting thoughts, to say the least. Good ones. That's disregard since we see it. I say. I try, and it's a few different messages. He said it's fine, maybe just be honest. Yeah.
The more you read, the more that's time you're never gonna get back.
You know. It doesn't involve us. Yeah, much involved, good. But
It's a piece of they want to proceed.
days ago.
That's what they did.
I want to forget. Same thing. You know, because I thought mine first, last time she was having surgery, because they were in one of the things here. And that irritated it. Yeah. And kind of went away and then started coming back. And then just the last 2 days, it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all I had. Look up the little, Monday night, it's like maybe that's not good. I didn't get that. You look at
Okay, that's right.
I'm gonna get caught up in everything. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, that too. It's a long conference for conferences. Fly out there on Friday and come back the following Wednesday. Yeah. I like it. Right opportunity, I'd actually go.
He's like from his office.
Yeah, I talked to him a couple times. See, finally got hold of Rod Friday, a couple of things. Tuesday, I guess, said, look, we're going to meet Thursday night, or you get this, and he gave me some information.
I had a similar experience in the New York City stuff.
I talked to him, he said he's working on it.
It's a little explicit in that, so I'm not gonna explain it.
But I sent them to see him. And it's set up.
I've driven into it, and we're actually out there.
So this, he has this, go down, stay up thing, but then it's.
Yeah, it's a colonial.
Cans and clean
So a
water.
lot of those communities in and around that area are.
It says this is payback, it's not.
It's going
Anyway, because we had to.
Going south of there, kind of east into Virginia.
Makes they want to make sure.
Yeah, I don't want to
They
say
had the right
anything.
person. I want to make sure I had the right man and the right person.
Yeah.
You know, they do have a man in Philly City, reaching out to. Hopefully, before the.
I had buddy from high school.
You know, the way here in the state.
But he got nowhere, city.
We're in district. Feds, which one, that'll be. Somebody will be caught in that picture, they had to get it.
Yeah.
But we
I
want
remember,
for tonight.
first time I went to the city.
It's,
It was mid afternoon.
He said what it was.
It was.
And so I was looking at, I forgot to write it down,
Yeah, right.
reading through this today.
Reagan's just right across the.
I was afraid one of the. The state.
I That's the only time I flew in to go.
I was all day yesterday morning. First half of the day, because I didn't wait all night. And then phone.
So, you know, they've got a sky train.
Give you some nice photo.
That was, oh, yes. So,
Because I had this, but I got the sweet buns. Like you see, I should have it down. I finally got it.
It's like every 20 seconds it stops.
But it isn't any of those things
It
that.
was confusing too, because you kind of come in and talk, go all the way down and get the baggage. That was an exception to get,
Oh, yeah,
Florida.
yeah.
So
Terry Reed International in Vegas, I had that too.
I don't know, I haven't been off of them. I've just been talking to Amanda about it.
Yeah, he's over at Crossing Jameson, I think, and maybe
she let Brian,
that's how he was talking.
it's gonna be an announcement.
Yeah, I don't know what she's.
That's so good.
I was just trying to give her the information, see what,
He's still be very efficient.
No, I hate you. It's those hopes of it.
yeah.
It's not.
Yes, I mean, I talked to him
It's just,
last January.
and he said it goes through the state department.
Elections and.
Department, everything else. I said, well, I know what that means. I said that I there was 6 copies of everything that has 20 signatures on each page. She goes, okay. We've done it, yeah.
That's what we do, so.
Yeah.
One side of it. Yes, that is not. But it's, yeah. What was it? Sure funny, when said, yes, hesitation last week. I was standing with Keith Westerveld and so kind of talking, what's this on file? I said, stand sure. Well,
Man, you guys get to email me again?
you know, I only saw him going to.
Yeah.
She's got those ones that, hey,
So I kind of shut up there, but his wife.
I'm not so sure that's not the knife.
Like, you know,
It's not what they diagnosed. I just wrote it. The doctor
she was
says
complaining that the money they got and they
everybody's
took
sick.
pay off. Well, to tax. Come on, give me a break. You know. But he didn't say anything back. He said something to Keith about his daughter's follicle. But that was kind of.
Well, that's what, well, they had that history presentation at Keats last year. His daughter was there helping him in the kitchen since. What was
Karen, she said, I told you that story.
My shoes upset, but. I said, not too late.
She's okay. So remember, I need to tell John this. Okay, it's 1:20. We have a bid opening for compact utility trailer with Kansas front loader. David. So, Smith.
Okay, yes, first one I got here is from Hand Whip over in Wamego. Get it open over there. Okay. Looks like the total, read it. Looks like the total contract amount they're listing here, the subtotal was 64,891. And with the discount and everything else included, it looks like the total amount is $54,850. There we go.
First bid is from Can Equipment. Total price after discount, $54,850.
Second bid I have is from Prairie Land Partners, also in Wamego. Shows the unit price is $65,622.73. The total amount with discounts and everything else looks like $53,893.93.
What was the base on that?
$65,622.73. Also says on here they could get it here by March 1st too. And one time, so you get equipment in quick.
Price for a land in Wamego. Total base bid with discounts, $53,893.93.
That said, I'll make a motion to send those recommendations back to staff for further analysis and a final recommendation.
One second.
So moved and seconded to refer the bid back to staff for evaluation and recommendation. All in favor?
Vivian, Sean, at 9:30.
The list of speakers, if that's so fun.
Talking about that.
Yeah.
Because I'd be interested to ask her.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially.
My guess is they'll, yeah. My guess is they'll probably do like a Q&A or town hall type of thing with him. That's what I was assuming.
Yeah, I think so.
Really want to hear from the FTA guy. They're probably trying to keep the temperature kind of low. We also got to remember not every state's involved.
Right.
But I,
Well, Allison and she. Yeah, I'm sure if something, you will, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, that. Well, years ago. I guess I can email me. Yeah.
So I'm sure these are.
Yeah.
I have your meeting.
Oh, yeah, I didn't bring it.
That's okay. I just.
I've got good knowledge now. No.
Everything.
Well, no, this is really. It's.
Yeah. So.
The 30 months.
Yeah, that's which is.
Most of that.
Yes.
So I didn't know, this is even, that's it. So.
For your job.
Yeah, I think it's good.
So. I can't open so.
It's not. Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not because it's room is.
You know what I'm saying.
I just did it. Yeah, I don't this is.
Right, no.
Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, so then the next.
Yeah.
So I'll have. More comprehensive. Of. This is from the mind.
That's it.
Thank you. I know. Sue. Keep it cash around here, we know, we're not having sale. I like the tides.
I'd like to introduce you to Elizabeth and Brittany.
No, that's okay. I like the tie, by the way.
David looks like.
Yeah.
What's going on?
He's all grown up finally. It only took 8 years.
I've never seen it.
Hear that, David? I was just asking the commissioners if they noticed how nice you look lately.
You said finally, you're all grown up.
Tired. Oh my gosh.
Is that David?
I'm your bags.
Never got to have some of the.
I have no idea. Suits in front of or my EMS ones with it.
Yeah, that's the year.
Yeah, but we see those all the time.
Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Horstmeyer, Riley County Public Health Emergency Preparedness Coordinator and Coordinator for the Wildcat Region, Vivian Leyva, our PIO. We're here today to talk to you about our Crisis Emergency and Risk Communication Plan for Riley County Health Department. Every year per the preparedness budget, KDHE or the Kansas Department of Health and Environment requires local health departments and the regions to review and update different plans. This year, they required Crisis and Emergency Risk Communication Plan or some equivalent document to submit for KDHE to review. So we worked together, myself, Vivian, Shanika Rose, our Health Education and Accreditation Coordinator, and Robert Cox, our Emergency Management Planner, worked together to review and update this plan, trying to combine some of our communication plans together to reduce redundancy. So we're just bringing this forward to you guys for information purposes.
So what we created is not a response plan. It's outlining how we communicate with the public, partners, elected officials and media during health-related crisis. And these are unique situations. So even in situations such as, flooding, water and air quality emergencies, the health department plays a role. Even back in like 2018, when we had flooding and people were evacuated, the health department is not necessarily part of that initial response. But in the aftermath of flooding, when people are cleaning up properties, the health department is giving advice about how to do that safely and also educating people about where and how to get tetanus shots. They offer tetanus shot clinics. So the role of the communication staff in those situations is to educate people about those things. And then, of course, we had a lot to do during COVID to educate the public about cases and safety protocol and all that stuff. And still, some days that feels like a million years ago, and some days it feels like yesterday. So we learned a lot from that. And some of those lessons are reflected in the plan. Even particularly the importance of live updates. When there are really quickly evolving situations, we got a lot of use out of those live updates on social media. So that's something that a tool that we found useful and something that we can employ certainly again in future. And like other crisis communications, our efforts are coordinated in partnership with all Riley County emergency services, emergency responders, state agencies, healthcare providers, and all relevant county departments and community organizations, depending on the type of emergency. So, and working through the details of plans like this during blue sky situations when emotions are calm and we have time to think through different scenarios is always a good exercise for staff. So we can sit around the table and do our what ifs and kind of play out scenarios when we've got plenty of time to do so. So it was a really valuable experience. We had several meetings over the past, I want to say 6 or even 9 months to work through the document and make changes to things that Andrew Adams had created. So we had a strong framework to build on. You remember Andrew? He was wonderful. So we were able to build on that and make some updates and create the plan that we'll submit later this year. We'll store this on the shared county drive, that W drive. And even if, in the heat of the moment, we forget to refer to it, as I feel like sometimes is the case, like, oh, let's get this big document off the shelf and page through during the emergency. We get the benefit of having worked through it to create the plan in the first place. But hopefully, the document itself, we've got some templates that are not included here, but will be stored in that W drive in the same location. So we can kind of pull up and fill in relevant details like dates and the specifics of the situation. So we can get information out very quickly and have that tool available to us. The plan doesn't change policy or require any action from you. It's just, we're here to keep you informed.
Yeah, the most important thing about this CERT plan is that during public emergencies, clear, timely, and accurate communication helps people take appropriate protective actions, which contributes, of course, to community safety. I think the biggest thing KDHE did in choosing this plan specifically is a lot of the misinformation that's going around in regards to public health. So having a clear plan on addressing that misinformation and the rumors promptly during times of crisis is really important. And I think Vivian did a great job with this plan. So we will submit it to myself as the Wildcat Region Coordinator. I'll review it, as well as Geary County and Potawatomi counties, their versions of this plan, and then they'll be submitted to KDHE for review as well. Do you guys have any questions?
You have to update it every so often. How long is that?
Most plans per KDIM are 5 years, but we try to do it at least yearly, just to make sure that the staffing is accurate, emergency updates are accurate, and just how things change so fast. So routine updates are important.
Do things at the federal level involved with this change that too? Because I think DHS has said they're going to review incident command. So I got to think this plays a role in that somewhere.
I think, I'm not sure. KDHE has been pretty steady on what they are requiring. They haven't really made a whole lot of updates. I mean, for example, the CDC's updates to childhood vaccines, they're sticking with current
Okay.
recommendations. So it's pretty steady right now. But who knows? We just do what we're told.
Emergencies are emergencies.
Right.
We have a big one, everything changes because we didn't get it right the first time. So all those protocols, if I'm not mistaken, go back to September 11th.
Yes, yeah. Mhm.
So, yeah.
Yeah, the FEP coordinators were created during, after 9/11,
That's it.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much.
Have a good day.
You too.
Yeah, they're sold 25, Baron Morton.
I know what you're talking about beds and.
Yeah.
It's not, they're not gonna be able to cleanse.
You're not, okay.
They're changing FEMA stuff like that, that framework is so embedded
Yeah.
in.
So the plan's not gonna change, but the logistics of how the organizations work with each other might.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
That
Probably doesn't need to happen.
yeah, they need to be evaluating that sort of
Yeah.
thing, but as far as like, minutes and all that is so embedded, I'll get it, we'll buy.
That actually kind of worried me a little bit. Especially for us when wildfire and tornado season. Yeah,
And in the day fires and you get big, use it every day.
yeah.
Was, on a small extent. So, yeah, they're not gonna be able to, they're gonna get their hands, be able to try to go too far.
Good to know. Darren, have you heard when the Amazon facility is actually opening? Because I gotta think it's way ahead of schedule.
Well, I know they hired a facility or.
Yeah.
It's actually someone's taking advantage of the home apartment.
Yep. Yep.
Program, so yeah, it's open. And Q2 was kind of was the word, so I would imagine that's easily on based on progress that we made.
Okay. Yeah, looks like they're getting ready to do the parking lot and landscape out there, so I figure it's getting close.
Yeah, quite a long.
Yeah.
Of course, weather like this and middle of February doesn't.
There'll be some days where they have the road shut off and then some days where they don't, and some days where there's dirt everywhere. And I'm just like, it's progress. It's all right.
Yeah.
Whole bar Amazon happiness would come through like the mail with USPS, and now Amazon are actually delivering to our house. And it's really weird because like somebody will just pull up at 8 o'clock at night, and like, who got our cost? No, it was dropped it off the package. It's been really interesting.
Well, you can solve that by not ordering stuff. Okay. Oh, true. Yeah, that's true. I keep forgetting that. That's true. Yeah.
That's not normal.
It took me a long time to get used to, getting the text or the email, and I'm like, not at home, and I'm like, I got a package, I gotta get home and get it. So nobody steals it. Never had any problems with it, but still.
No.
This one I have.
Yeah, 2 copies of that.
Yeah, it's gonna be my third. You can pass them out to somebody.
That's interesting.
I had someone in town yesterday, the tour, and they asked me, so when's it green out? What? Well, usually green's out or my dad was son and stuff was because my house is already.
Yeah, I know. That's a julep.
It's like that far out of that.
That's all. That's not.
It's trying.
You need some? Yeah, we're gonna buy. Right.
Or do you have a good
Which doesn't mean this.
As far as I know, they don't have two right now. Three of them resigned right before Christmas.
I mean, what's there? They really interesting. I spent or you did this, how much you're reading. I don't this. Just buttons. Super county looking at having community come together tomorrow. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, let's talk about the airplane music.
I just want to know, it's enough hours to then go.
My guess is the administrator down there right now is probably a little overwhelmed. Yeah.
She appreciate it.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, you know, it's got the kind of future is something that's first.
I think you probably see that more in a small rural community like that than you do some of the larger suburban.
Yeah. See. Where I am, I believe that he's going I guess you give no waivers and trying to get in there.
It's true. Issues they've had with it is taken care of.
Topeka with Leadership Manhattan and Youth Leadership. So, yeah, yep. So they're busy day today at the Capitol. They're loading the high school kids in the van when I was at the office earlier this morning, hitting the road. So. Commissioners, Darren Solden from the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning and provide an economic development update. I'm going to talk about some talent related items, and then Christian left me a couple things to make note of related to Fort Riley as well. So Christian and Allison are usually here as part of this, but they are with, as I was mentioning there, with our Leadership Manhattan and the Youth Leadership Program as well. So both the adult program and the program that's geared towards high school sophomores from across the area are in Topeka, the capital today. So they've got a busy schedule and great program, and that's off to a really strong start. So first off, appreciate you all being participating in the Growth Summit a couple Fridays ago. Obviously, the news from MBAF there was something I think was good to get out and public into the community about their plans to hire and be fully operational by early 27. I just want to update on a couple things that we've been working on related to the external talent recruitment side of that effort. And so some of this has been in place and worked on for quite a while. Other parts of it are currently being coordinated with NBAF to make sure that we as a community can as effectively help recruit all those people that they're going to need, because some of them will obviously be maybe from around the area, but a lot of that's external, right? So those are folks coming, especially on the science side of it, and some of the specialized folks related to operations and administration may be coming from other labs, maybe coming from industry, maybe coming from academia, but they're not necessarily folks that live here right now. And so under the umbrella of Made for Manhattan, which is our regional talent recruitment effort, and I provided you, again, I think we've shared before, but the new guide, the printed guide that goes along with that, just would encourage you, if that's ever anything that you're talking to folks and they need some information, they're hiring or they've got family or otherwise folks coming to the area, that's really geared towards helping people that are considering or making that move here. And so we're under the umbrella of Made for Manhattan, which has that guide. There's a website, there's additional online presence, and there are a number of tools and resources for hiring managers and HR professionals. And Allison and our team meets regularly with representatives from that group to get feedback and understand what challenges they're facing and what hiring, where they're out, where they're active hiring, so that we can come alongside them at things like career fairs and veteran fairs and technical college fairs and other events and help promote jobs from the region. But a new component of that, and specifically geared towards some of this ramp up that NBAF's doing, but then of course it'll be used for other employers as well, is going to be a very robust online presence, especially through LinkedIn. So just in the process of launching that. So would encourage y'all to keep an eye out for, and we'll have Allison come in next month and give a more in-depth presentation on that once we're several weeks into the implementation. But would encourage you to keep an eye out for Made for Manhattan LinkedIn page and some of the content that's going to be going out. And just as a reference, some of the materials that NBAF has prepared and have been approved, that we're going to start promoting things across the board, both operational and on the science side. And I read this to make sure I get it all right. But start talking about operational jobs. That's everything from administrative and finance, animal care, biosafety, communications, all of the custodial maintenance, electrical, HVAC, all of the things that are required to keep that facility up and running. Information technology, laboratory support staff, security, safety, health, environmental management, training and document control, warehousing management, and shipping. Then you switch over to the science side, and it's biologists, chemists, entomologists, epidemiologists, and immunologists. That's the end of the ologists, except for microbiologists and molecular biologists, lab techs, pathologists, quality assurance, veterinarians, virologists. So it is a massive lift. And again, we're really excited and have one of the reasons why some of these programs exist is for these kinds of efforts. And again, and that's a huge deal. We've got other folks. You've got PTMW making a significant number of hires in the region right now. You've got several other growing businesses that are making a significant number of hires. Many of those coming from not necessarily people that are here already, but pulling from a broader area, or even attracting completely new to the region. So we're excited about being able to work alongside NBAF. Really appreciate the work that their team and the communications team is doing to engage on this, and just would encourage folks. Again, this will be something you'll see from us regularly especially over the next couple of months. But take it, if anything that folks can do, this is going to be a community effort. Anything folks can do to spread the word, to share this on LinkedIn, to get the word out. There's some science behind this, and obviously there's some geotargeting of other places around the country where there are lots of these types of jobs, and there'll be some, that kind of work is all happening. I want you to know, there's a lot of strategy and thought being put into that. But at the end of the day, helping share that these jobs are available and getting the word out is going to be important. And there are a couple posted already, so it's that doesn't not all 100 plus to get posted at one time, but there are some starting to be posted. The federal government typically posts those for a pretty short amount of time and then jumps into the process. And if they don't fill it, they go back and repost it. But again, it just speaks to the need to make sure that we're are utilizing these materials and as a community helping get the word out. Also want to highlight, I think Amanda, when she's in later today, will probably reference it as well. So don't want to steal her thunder, but some good successes already with the Home in the Heartland program that you all funded. So in partnership with the state. And so really excited about that. A couple success stories right off the bat of folks that have moved in from outside the region for jobs here the folks doing the hiring have been able to leverage that program as part of as an incentive to help attract them here. And obviously to qualify for that program, those folks are going to have to live in Riley County. So I think that's a really positive start there. And I know that both Amanda and Allison are putting the time and the effort into making sure that they're engaging with the people that have questions online and reach out with questions about the community and otherwise. So that's really exciting and great to see the fruits of some of that labor coming forward.
State, wasn't it?
What'd you say?
In Georgia?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Both significantly out of state. So, but both for employers that are again, I mean, there's some key roles, right? These are key roles that they're hiring and really quality job management level jobs and ones with specific qualifications and backgrounds that they need to recruit here for. And so every tool that they can utilize is a great thing. And then there's also a webinar that I've been working with the Make My Move folks on that's going to be geared towards hiring managers and HR professionals. That's coming up next week.
Wednesday,
I believe so. Yes. Apologies for not having that date handy, but we'll make sure we all have that via email. So that'll be a good opportunity too that we're promoting out to businesses to learn more about how to leverage that program, how to use that program. And now that we've got a couple good success stories, I think it'll help open people's eyes to those Tuesday. Okay. Yeah. The 17th. So yeah, it will help open people's eyes to those opportunities. So before I jump off of talent and switch over here to some updates from Christian on military questions or comments otherwise related to some of those talent efforts or recruitment efforts.
No, I think it's really good at this point in time. To look for those jobs, though, it's usjobs.gov.
Yes, yeah, USA Jobs. And so of course people need to have their resume uploaded on there and some other information. So that's going to be part of this. And I appreciate you bringing that up, Commissioner. That's going to be part of this effort is not only this external marketing effort, not only making people aware that, hey, there's these great jobs in Manhattan, Kansas at this, incredibly important biosecurity facility, but also to help people with the process. And so reminding, the technical aspect of that and reminding them that, to do this, again, these aren't very big windows sometimes, you need to make sure that you're on USA Jobs. You need to make sure that you've got the appropriate things uploaded and ready to go so that you can take advantage of those opportunities. So we'll be making sure that technical component of that's part of that message almost every time content's going out. Yep. Very good point. So, all right. On the military side, again, some were at listened to Colonel Lenziato at the military relations luncheon and at the Growth Summit. Obviously, he gave some updates on readiness, projected deployments, the community partnerships, economic impact. Which provide the economic impact book for you again. Can add it to the collection. But I think it is important to remember, and based off of the most recent information that was shared, and of course these things may continue to change, but with the deployment projections, kind of that's from now through late 2028 show highest concentration between October of 26 and March of 27. So that's still potential time where there'll be the most folks deployed. Again, everything that Fort Riley's telling us, and as they've talked to families and as they've talked to people within the chain of command, is that the anticipation is that most of those families will stay here, with it being middle of the school year and everything else. So the idea that while those service members are deployed, those families will be here, and you'll have kids in school and economic activity going on. Just as a reminder, it is constant out there. January had over 350 soldiers through Victory Welcome. So we're out. Allison and Christian are out talking to those folks and making sure that they're aware of resources in the community and activities in the community in the region. But remember, when you've got spouses and family members and others that are looking for employment, and we've got a number of entities hiring right now across the region, getting those opportunities in front of them so that when they're brand new to the post, they know that there are opportunities here for employment for family members is really important. So, you know, those 300 plus a month are getting that message and getting it directly in a face-to-face sit down. So that's really what I have. Again, I'm not going to go through. Colonel Nunziato did a great job of going through economic impact and some of those things related to Fort Riley here at these last couple of events, and really appreciate his willingness to engage. And I know he's been over a lot recently, a lot of meetings and public presentations as well. But I really appreciate the partnership there, and you know, those partnerships continue. Just recent example, Irwin Army Community Hospital and the Eastern Kansas VA healthcare system reaffirmed their partnership, so that continues to of those entities working together. And obviously there's a lot going on between our communities and Garrison right now. And I think we'll keep an eye out, but hopefully here in the relatively near future, they'll have some exciting new announcements related to some of their partnerships with local communities. So
Will they
soon
be staying the Garrison and Major General, or did they turn over this year?
Let's see, they will be turning over this year. Yep. So that's coming up here, late spring, early summer, correct? Yep.
That's what's tough about that. Sometimes you get to know those guys and get to know them pretty well, and then next year you have somebody new.
Yep, and we've obviously got a great group of guys and gals right now. I mean, I think we've had, as far as an engagement goes, I really kudos to General Roan and Colonel Nunziato and their entire teams out there, because this has been a very, very engaged group. And I think that's only benefits our community and our region when we've got them actively out in the community and actively participating in solving challenges and those sorts of things.
Agreed.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Yep. Take care.
Oh, yes. But I make a motion that recess as the Board of County Commission and reconvene as the Board of County.
I'll second.
So moved and seconded, recess or the commission and reconvene after the Board of County Health. All in favor?
Aye.
Good morning, Commissioners. Diane Creek, Health Department. I'm here for my staff update. But first of all, I need to do an out-of-state travel request for Michelle Horstmeyer and myself to go to the Disaster Behavioral Health Conference in Columbia, Missouri in March. So there will be no cost to the county. We'll use FEP funds for Michelle and use workforce development for myself. And it's about $624 a piece for hotel. We'll drive, obviously, and meals. And the conference is $50. So it'll be March 16th through the 18th. We'll leave on the 16th and come back on the 18th.
But the out-of-state travel requests as presented.
Second.
So moved and seconded to approve the out-of-state travel request as presented. Favor?
Aye.
Okay, my second thing that I wanted to talk to you about is that we are making progress on changing over to a new electronic medical record system. We've completed all of the forms that Patagonia needed. They're our new EMR system, and they are currently building our system. But the next big step that we have is to train all of our staff. So to do that, billing will be on March 10th. We don't have to close or do anything special to have them trained. But to have the clinic staff trained and MCH staff, we need to close for 2.5 days. Close the clinic just for 2.5 days. It'll be March 11th through the 13th. So it'll be a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Normally we're only open till noon on Friday, but staff will continue working until 5 on that day since it's a training day. So, what I'm requesting is permission to close the clinic for 2.5 days on March 11th through the 13th and for staff training for EMR.
What impact is that going to have on clients? That's my concern.
What we've already done, because we set these dates last week. And so what we did, we tentatively blocked schedules so that what we're doing is we're scheduling around those days. And so there wasn't anybody scheduled already. So we're just scheduling either early or just right after the next week. So it shouldn't impact the patients at all. It just, we won't be able to have walk-in on those 3 days.
You make sure you post, starting the day.
Yes.
Signs out saying these days are closed and put it on social media.
Yeah.
Remind people.
Yeah.
That
yeah. We'll put it.
You notice that if they're thinking about it, do it before then.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
It's good to me.
Okay. I'll go ahead and make a motion then to approve the closing of Riley County Health Department Clinic 2.5 days, March 11th to the 13th, for staff to attend EMR.
Second.
You're closing the health clinics, please, 11th through the 13th for the health department staff to attend EMR training. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so my third thing is that we are in the middle of writing our applications for KDHE. And so since I believe we have decided to stop serving Clay, Dickinson, Geary, and Potawatomi counties with childcare licensing because Riley County's been subsidizing the costs of providing those services for a long time. We have tried everything that we could to get some kind of buy-in, either from KDHE or from the other counties. None of them agreed to do it. So what will happen is we need to write the application for funding in now and then turn it in March 16th for 2027. So what we need is some guidance on staffing for what we have for Riley County. So Riley County will, they've got currently about 100 more or less facilities to survey. Really what, what's that group that
NARA, the National Regulatory.
they recommend between 65 to 70 facilities per staff person. So 100 really is too much for one staff person. So what we need some guidance on is whether you want us to have a supervisor and two full-time staff or a supervisor and one full-time staff. The projected income from KDHE, they sent us this probably 2 or 3 months ago, will be $53,781 to provide the services for Riley County. Heather does a lot of billing. We get about 25,000 for that. And then obviously for one supervisor and two full-time staff, salaries would be $354,113.09. And then the expenses, which we've decreased mileage, we've decreased MiFis, we've decreased expenses based on number of staff. For two staff would be $8,968. So that would leave a deficit of $284,300. If we drop down to one supervisor and one full-time staff, the salaries will be $249,887.37. Expenses would drop down to $7,144, and the deficit would be $178,220. So we currently have about 100 childcare facilities, and so with the recommended ratio for facilities to staff, it would be 65 to 70. So that would be about 1.5 FTEs to do the work that we're doing right now and the quality that we're doing right now. So Heather and I, mostly Heather, thought about a lot of different things that extra 0.5 FTE could do in the health department to help build the childcare facilities and help build the program. So the extra 0.5 FTE could implement licensing orientations at the provider's facility or the home, whenever feasible, to build early rapport and strengthen the relationship, which will make for better childcare facilities. We could increase post-orientation follow-up with providers to offer continued guidance answer questions and support successful progression through the licensing process. We could offer annual regulation review for both homes and centers focused on current and frequently cited regulations, so that we can try to reduce those deficiencies. We can research and identify potential grant opportunities, which we do a lot, to support, startup bundles for new childcare providers. We could have training one evening per month, where where staff are available to assist providers with organizational strategies and documentation questions and regulatory support. We can partner with CBI to identify and support a minimum of 8 facilities per year. And we could collaborate with them more than we have been doing. We can strengthen partnerships with community organizations to support provider recruitment, retention, and long-term compliance. And we can also train that 0.5 FTE to do first aid and CPR, which we could provide for the community, and charge a small fee for that. We could also do fit testing for FEP, which we could also charge a fee for that for the community, besides doing it for our own county employees. And we could assess the feasibility of expanding the licensing specialist responsibilities with Safe Kids. Which Safe Kids does a lot with car seat, check lane certification, and we can, we're getting ready to build that program a lot. Shanika has taken that over, and she's going to be incorporating that into other funding that she's got, and that'll help that a little bit. So do you have any questions? We just kind of need some guidance on how to write the 27 application for funding from KDHE, whether we write it with 1 supervisor and 2 staff, or whether we write it with 1 supervisor and 1 staff person.
Guess, Mike, but it's not a question, but it's a concern. I mean, can you find somebody that's going to work part-time?
Well, what we were thinking about doing is that we've currently got 3 staff, so 1 will obviously get laid off. Staff know that. They're all very aware. So we would, if we can do keep 2 of them, then 1.5 FTE will be in childcare licensing. The other half FTE, we can either, depends on where we put them, whether we keep them in childcare licensing and promoting the childcare licensing and doing the trainings and doing all the support work with the providers. I think we can keep 2 people busy. I think there's enough work. I think there's enough for 1 supervisor and 2 full-time people. Yeah. I think there's enough work. It's just the way the work will look. Like part of that, okay, so say for instance, we've got 2 people. 1 person will be a full-time surveyor and go out and do the surveying. The other person might be a half-time surveyor to pick up the load. And then the other half of her time might be doing the support work with the providers, do the education, do classes, be trained in CPR, fit testing, all of those kind of things. All of those additional duties. What I'm afraid of is if we go down to 1 person, a supervisor and 1 person, that 1 staff person, all she's going to be able to do is survey. That's it. Because 100 facilities, she'll have 100 facilities to survey, because Heather does a lot of billing. She does the administrative piece with KDHE and the other childcare licensing groups in the state. She also does a lot of, she does billing, she does all complaints, she does all the, a lot of complaint work. So she wouldn't have time to pick up a half of a caseload of surveying facilities.
Yep. You're saying that the KDHE is only going to provide 53,781.
That's what they told us a
Yeah.
couple months ago. Yeah. And I don't know if that's still true because it's also within KDHE, childcare licensing has moved to a different department. And so it's in a different part of KDHE. So that was when they were with the old part of KDHE.
So you have any idea what that could be?
No, that's the only number I can go off of at this point.
That's the number it was set, it was there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only number I've got to
That's
go
because
off.
the state's not funding KDHE anymore to do any of it.
Yeah,
Just is another great example of unfunded mandates.
yes,
And it's nobody in this room's fault.
yes, yes.
Yeah, another question is do you go over to that incubator program or?
Heather works with them, yeah.
And then
Yeah.
you get money from them? No,
Well,
okay.
Yeah, I don't think we could get money from them, but we've been in talks with them about partnering more with them. And so basically what I'm looking at is I want to maintain, I don't want to punish Riley County providers because we're decreasing our staff. I want to be able to maintain the services that we've been providing to them. And I feel like if we go down to just
Staff.
one actual licensing specialist, we're not going to be able to provide all the extras that we've been providing them. And be able for them to be able to contact us and get a hold of us to be able to do trainings and all of that extra stuff. So.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just kind of curious about the same program. Reimbursing us for that.
As far as I know, they're asking for a tax exemption, so they're really not adding anything back. I mean, just to be honest, I don't know if they've received it or not, but that's certainly the direction they were going. So they're certainly not paying up front, and they're certainly probably not going to pay on the back end.
What do they have built into their budget to start with for overseeing and double license?
Well, I mean, they're charging the people that are in there to rent that space.
Right.
So they're not giving away anything for free over there. I mean.
And they're billing for your services or?
No, that's just part of KDHE. I mean, they're licensed as home providers. So we have like 8 home providers in there. Then what's supposed to happen is they'll migrate out to the community, the 8 that are in there now. And that's one thing that I'm talking about is I want to be able to work with them better to like make sure their licenses are staying on top of everything, like not getting, but and then they'll move 8 more in. That's the hope. So every year they're looking at trying to move 8 in as they're moving 8, transitioning 8 out.
Yeah.
I think the thing you have to recognize with that too is you move 8 people out with the intentions of them starting something on their own, and you're moving 8 people in there. So, that 100 or thereabouts grows by 8 every year.
Mhm.
And I really.
So that's the hope.
You hope, yeah.
Retaining the providers that we have now, because with the change in regulation of them now being able to be unlicensed and care for 4 children up to 35 hours, we've already seen a little hit there. So I just really want to be able to have time to promote licensing throughout the community and the importance of it to both parents and potential providers.
Your staff is how many currently?
We have myself and 3 licensing specialists.
And does this kick in July 1st? You're saying for 27, but is that?
Yeah, so the current grant year ends July or June 30th.
Okay.
And so 27 will start July 1st.
So, yeah, 27, but I thought it started on.
Yeah.
I think July 1st.
Yeah, July 1st.
So this is on the state budget.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
So it's
yes.
for a full year, but it runs July 1st.
July to June. I know.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's confusing,
Well, the
so,
other thing we also have to recognize here is we're a younger community.
yeah,
Younger communities tend to have a lot more
more
kids.
kids.
A lot more kids require a lot more care.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it probably makes sense to keep the two at this point in time. Continue to review and see how that goes, obviously, but we struggle with childcare. We just do. Having to struggle with it anymore isn't of benefit as far as I'm concerned.
And what I'm hoping
And
is
we're
that,
technically eliminating two people out of the equation just by not serving the 5 counties to begin with, so.
and what I'm hoping that half a FTE can also do is like go to health fairs and go out in the public and really promote childcare to the public so that, you know, if there's anybody that's out there that's interested, they can help walk them through it, so.
Go ahead.
Diane, the 65 to 70 faculty to
Yes.
employee ratio, do you know where that number came from exactly? Was that just KDHE's recommendation or? Is it
No.
recognition or?
That comes from NARA, which is the National Administration of Regulatory Association. I can't remember what the second A
Association.
stands for, but
Oh,
it's,
yes.
it's a written.
Yeah.
Okay, just curious about that.
Yeah.
My thought process on that is if we exceed that recommended number, do we create potentially more liability for us? I can't really answer that question right now. It's just thought.
I would guess if you go, I mean, I think if you exceed it a little bit, you're not really going to have that much liability. But I think if you exceed it by, you know, potentially 30 or more, you know, your liability is going up a lot because there's only so many hours in the day. And so, you know, one person, it would be tough.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and this is a tough sentence to provide to begin with.
Mhm.
I don't need to preach to the choir, but making it tougher probably just doesn't seem like the right thing to do. Decreasing quite a bit in terms of personnel costs from not obviously subsidizing the other counties too, so it doesn't reflect in those numbers, but the real thing here is childcare licensing is supposed to be a state function that we're providing, and it's not funded from the state.
Yes.
And
Yes, or it's,
that's like a lot of different things, but this is
Underfunded,
another one
yeah.
of those examples.
yeah. And Heather does an excellent job. I mean, her expenses are almost embarrassing, you know, because I mean, she's really super, super frugal. So, yeah, her expenses are really low.
Yeah. How many childcare licensing facilities are you not going to have to supervise when you do up these 4 counties?
Oh, for the 4 counties? Ooh,
130.
So staff, is it not? Based on those amounts.
Yeah, I mean, we're already running we're already a little, less than what we should be. Yeah. And that's what I'm like, we've been running so much that we really haven't had time to really, like Diane said, do those outreach events and do those things, because we've just been running ragged with the 5 counties. So I feel like if we can go to 2 full-time, we can really give Riley County better services than what we've been able to do.
yeah. When I wrote this report for KDHE, there was 137 facilities in the other 4 counties. There was about 100 in Riley, and then
Right at 65. So the line item was there, if there is one, but there's a line item for paying.
So why do we do it?
The amount of the 53,000 something, is that about what we got last year just for Riley County, or did they?
no. Last year, all the years that you guys have been doing it, you got 103,800 a year because they subsidized a little bit just for having the other 4 counties.
Like a yearly bonus for doing it
It
too.
was kind of a bonus. Yeah. Yeah.
And really, that's underfunded too, but
You're right.
And I'm hoping that was a low ball. I mean, I don't know. And it's gonna look, like Diane said, it's gonna look different
Yeah.
under the Office of
Yeah.
Early Child Care.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah.
it sounds like to me, in order to service the needs of our county, that's probably what it's gonna take. We'll shoot high on this one, and we realize maybe we can do it with just one, then we can come back to it, correct?
Yeah. We can reevaluate. Yeah.
Then we should continue to evaluate every position, not just this one, so, but yeah.
Always. Yeah.
But I do know that we're a younger community, do know that we struggle with childcare just in general, so this is definitely an issue, and quite honestly, if the state would subsidize it at the regular rate, we wouldn't have to have this conversation, so. Yeah,
No.
I'm done bidding.
Yeah, okay. So we'll proceed that way. And just so the public knows, it's not like we're leaving the other 4 counties with no services at all. KDHE will pick those up. The quality
I
won't,
don't get it. I just.
yeah,
That they're gonna end up having to contract those services.
they are.
It's gonna cost them more.
They are. You're
I
right.
just don't get it.
They just don't, they won't pay anybody very well to do the work, and they'll expect a high caseload.
Right.
A high caseload. So quality will be, and there's going to be a lot of driving time between counties. So, yeah.
And the other thing would be those contractors would have to work with the county health departments there too. So there's time and effort and grace given to that too. So, yeah.
So, for state administration.
No. Leaning toward the 2 also.
Supervisor,
Get it.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. I was gonna ask if we needed to make a motion, but I guess we can do it by consensus.
But that's
Consensus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll go ahead and write the grant that way, the application.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion that we recess as the Board of County Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commission.
a second.
So moved and seconded that we recess as the Board of County Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There. And 30.
24 pages? That's why I printed this one, 24 pages of stuff. Yeah. No, it's all right.
I'm sorry.
It's the ARPA stuff.
Ah, gotcha. I hadn't had a chance to look at it yet, but.
Yeah, I think the ARPA takes the most.
You're very welcome. I've got a drawer full of them if you need a couple more. I've got a bag at home, I've got a bag in the truck, I've got a bag at the last one. I wasn't complaining, I just,
Yeah, you were.
yeah. It's
Yeah,
just,
it's okay.
it's just information, that's.
Okay.
Ready?
I think it's Elizabeth
Oh,
warming up coffee. You ready? Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Phillips, Budget and Finance Officer. First here to present the January cash flows. So for economic development, we brought in $214,792. And then we had our expenditures that are charged back to 2026, 31,820.36, and then anything charged back to still to 2025 is the 33,335.40. Bringing our unencumbered cash balance to 309,923.60. And most of those, as you know, are just, appropriations. And then the one that we charged back was the comp plan, since there were additional expenditures there that Amanda came to you guys for, I believe, a couple weeks ago. So county building, we brought in 139,295. And then we have a few columns here. So we have our regular expenditures for 2026. We had some encumbrances, and then we also had some AP that we charged back as well, bringing our total expenditures to 25,731, and our unencumbered cash balance to 458,455. Any questions on this? Yep. CIP, we brought in, our revenue was $181,062, and then of course we had the general fund transfer of $2,250,000. And so that brought our revenue to $2,431,062, and then our total expenditures $113,903, and our unencumbered cash balance to $30,241,550. That revenue that we brought in for CIP, because normally we don't bring in revenue, was FFE funds. So I don't know if you remember, John brought in the request for the federal fund exchange, and so that's what that $181,000 is. So. And then sales tax, we had reimbursement. This is for the Marlat project. So 7,372, and no expenditures for January. And then our other sales tax revenue, we have $233,45,000, and we had $39,792 in expenditures. Our unencumbered cash balance there is $7,669,878. Any questions on any of those?
was there a project list on this?
Yes. Yep. So we have detailed project, and then by month. So yeah. And it always has the breakdown. So. And then we have all of our ARPA, which, Shiloh presented on Monday, and she said, obviously our balance in ARPA is going down. So our interest revenue is also going to start going down. So these are all the ARPA projects. This is just the cover page that has, totals kind of broken down. And then here's a detailed list of all the expenditures per project. And this is what makes the 24 pages in my packet.
I didn't see the ARPA stuff.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
Usually it's about 8 to 13.
Yeah. Yeah. Any questions on the ARPA stuff?
Not
Okay.
yet anyway.
Well, I had a question back on some, you're showing amount left.
Yes, like a negative.
Well, no, amount on the individual projects, like North County, it says 105, but it's completed, right?
Yeah. So, and I need to go through and kind of clear those out, because the amount left is calculated based on the project estimates that they originally give us. Yes.
And I don't know if we're completely done with University Park Fire Station, because I know that kind of drug out.
Yeah. My understanding is that one is complete. John, are you? Yeah. That's okay.
I think what we were doing.
Okay.
I think they still had some bathroom stuff to do, that was on there.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're getting closer on some of those other ones, but yeah, I can clean that spreadsheet up for those too. And then, the one, which one? There is one that's negative. Yeah. So this is the EMS headquarters, because we went over, different, project estimates. So thank David.
Yeah.
And he still wants a name on the building.
You're be quiet.
And as a reminder, these do have to be spent by the end of this year. The interest money does not have to be spent, but the total 14 million that we received in ARPA funds has to be spent by the last AP run of this year. We cannot encumber that. We cannot charge it back. It has to be spent by December 31st.
Almost there.
Yes, we are.
Because we're spending for this other building, basically, we're spending the.
Oh, yeah.
The interest.
Yeah.
It's gonna be over there.
Or maybe we need a 25th page that kind of lists where we're at and how it's shrinking.
That's the cover page.
Oh, okay. I haven't looked at that stuff yet, so apologies.
No, that's okay. Any other questions on any of my cash flows or anything?
Yeah, what about the Keith project, that 800,000, wasn't that
Yeah.
part of the ARPA?
Yep.
Is that in
It's on there.
Yes, yep.
Okay, you're going a little too fast.
Sorry. Yep, here you go. There's Keats.
Okay,
And those highlighted ones are the ones.
but I didn't know we had the full 800.
Yeah, so we allocated the full 800,000 to that project. We have not spent the full 800,000 yet. So we have 406,453 left.
So do we need to spend that by the end of this year?
Yes,
Okay.
and I've been talking to Amanda about that too. And a lot of it too is, we're charging some of that technical work to the grant that we got from KDHE because we specifically applied for that technical assistance grant for that. So we're starting to see more invoices come in. You can see we kind of had more come in towards the end of the year. So I think we're going to start seeing more, especially as you guys just got those easements done and, you're working with BG on, the next steps. And so we're going to see this dwindling away pretty quickly.
Well, I just want to make sure we keep an eye on that.
Yes.
Yeah, because we're also, if we get that extra money,
Mhm.
that's
Yeah.
gonna affect how much they need from ours, I think. He said.
Mhm.
Wait, I've been talking to Rand's office and updating Amanda. Because it wasn't even clear it is. Amanda is listed as contact and EPA is supposed to contact her what needs to be done within the next couple of weeks. About what application project, what application process has to.
It's just something that will want to maximize the use of all grants and, and then instead of using the interest for that, use the principal for that, and then we'll still have the interest for a future project.
Right.
Yeah.
And, and but part of that, whether that does is when we get the number, when the estimate, when the bids come in, we'll see.
Mhm.
It's coming, it's gonna be what, in March, I think they're.
I mean, that's a game changer,
Right, I get that, yeah, that's game changer, but also we're assuming those estimates are correct and they
Yeah.
are about this,
You're thinking they'll be low.
Yeah, no.
I think the total he was saying was like 4.
Right, yeah. that's what-
And we had figured originally 4.8.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
who knows what it becomes.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'd say that
Probably
would be the next big thing, to see what the numbers actually come in.
Yep.
The next month, to do.
Yeah, it's in March, I think, isn't it? Jacob, do you remember?
I'm so sorry, I'm just not.
Amanda.
See, I have a list here somewhere. I don't. have it right now. Yeah. Yeah, it's in the payroll. I have it in the. It's just one.
Oh, okay, good.
Yes, so, but it is in March,
Good.
in March, I think. Okay. Right.
Any other questions? Okay, great. I will move on to my other car here. So this is really something that we have done in the past 2 budget cycles. We've asked department heads to review their budgets and anything, as Commissioner Ford just pointed out, anything that the state is asking us to do, but they aren't funding it. And so I provided some examples, what we did last year. So during the 2026 budget cycle, we stopped providing driver's license services because the treasurer's office they had a retirement, and that worked out well for the treasurer's office. And then also in 2024, the clerk's office stopped doing wildlife and parks permit services.
So I also talked about how we participated in the KAC survey on the costs. And I don't know, have you all received this? I know Commissioner Ford has. Okay, so not all the counties in the state of Kansas participated in this.
48.
Yeah, so, but just wanting to see if this is still a direction you guys are wanting to go as we head into another budget cycle. Are you wanting to know those costs of those state mandated services again? Are you wanting to review that again this budget cycle to see if we need to make any additional cuts for 2027?
Absolutely. I've already discussed it with you, so I'll just be open about it, but I think as we get those numbers, we need to break them down a little bit further and know what the costs are from an operation and program side, and then to know what that cost is onto personnel as well. Because there's two stories that need to be told there, and there's two ways that we need to educate people on with those numbers.
I have talked with department heads already too at the department head meeting. And I've asked them to kind of start preparing this information for me and having it ready. Not this following Monday, but the one after. So is that the 23rd? So that I could have this put together for when we have our next county official luncheon for us to discuss as we head officially into budget season next month. And start discussing some of what? Budgets are fun. They're so much fun. So I will work with department heads on that. Is there anything else specifically that you want to hear from department heads on budgets?
It would be good to get numbers on unfunded stuff, just like we were talking about. I understand that there's a lot of time and bandwidth that takes on that, but in order to fight for our fair share, we got to know what we need to know there.
Yeah.
You know, so
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is that any program, basically what I need to know, is that all of our programs that are funded by KDHE? Is that what you're looking for? If they're not necessarily mandated programs?
I'm talking about the unmandated ones.
The unmandated.
Right. I mean, we kind of have a knowledge of, you know, those 18 mandates, and of course, the health department's one of those, but there's a ton of little things that the state basically wants us to do that we could either eliminate if we need to and not do because they're not subsidizing it. So we have legislators that say we spend too much and we're raising property tax too much, although there's the argument to be had there. There's also rationale as to why. Proofs in the numbers.
Okay.
I never need your takes. Well, I think, yeah, it'll.
Well, I know that. Look, we finished, are we done discussing this?
Yeah, I'm fine if everybody else is fine with that. That's just kind of the direction I'd like to see us go.
So. But keep going.
Just add a little time to a long day. It's
So
okay.
how much meeting for this section?
30 minutes.
Thursday, 11:15.
We'll do 11:15, Vivian.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move that the county commissioners, including Chairwoman Folke, Vice Chairman Ford, and Commissioner McKinley, with Jacob Hansen, County Counselor, Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director, and David Adams, Emergency Services Director, recess into executive session pursuant to the non-elected personnel matters, exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, in order to evaluate the performance of a department head and to protect the privacy of the employee. And the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 11:15 a.m.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded for the county commission to recess into executive session for the reasons previously stated under the personnel matter of non-elected personnel, exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioners, your meeting is live.
I'm gonna move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
A second.
So moved in second, the Board of County Commissioners come out of the executive session. All in favor?
I'll move that the record reflect, I guess it was binding action, isn't it? No, okay. Move that the record reflect that no binding action was taken during the executive session.
I'll second.
So moved in second that the record reflects that no binding action was taken during the executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
You can carry on if you want to.
Commissioners also sent an email and the UP fire station.
Copy this. I just saw it. Guys needed a few things trickled in at the end. I just didn't know if they'd made it in there yet.
You didn't look at it already?
No. If we didn't have,
More drugs, huh?
yeah, I need to get more drugs. No, if we didn't have these executive sessions today, I probably wouldn't have made it.
You know, you two run down from the weekend.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah. Say we got to go in the city for. I don't know, it's been that long since I just took some. It's too close to when I took the first shot.
Nobody's not tempted.
Yeah. Nice.
You let me know if you change your mind.
Yeah, it's not fun.
No, it's not.
Ready? Okay. All right. Good morning, Commissioners. Amanda Webb, Planning Director, here with Planning and Development's monthly update. We'll start with Keats. I know there's already been a lot of conversation about Keats this morning. So there's always conversation about Keats, right? So our community meetings tonight, 7 p.m. at the Keats Community Center, as Commissioner Foki already kind of went over. Brian with BG will be there to kind of give an overview of the project, not the schedule, but the progress, how each piece will be done. And just a little bit more information on the overall project and kind of what we're looking at. As you all also know, we did go out to bid. We are in bid right now. Yay. So bids are open. They close on the 17th of March 17th, 2:00 p.m. And then bid opening will be with you folks on March 19th on your regular agenda. And then award will be on March 26th. So we'll have our requires bid opening period, and then we'll get that settled there. So of course, what we receive back in the bids will cause an adjustment of schedule, of course. Construction was estimated to start in springish. There'll probably be a little bit pushed back from that. But again, we need to hear when the bids we receive, what schedules they're going to give us, their availability, all of that stuff. So we'll know a lot more next month. So, but more is coming. So
You know how many contractors and old plans yet?
Nobody has come to my office. I'm not sure if anybody's come to BG, but it's online too, so.
I don't know how you're gonna set it online, if they can see who's.
I know. It should be set up. Too, I think.
Yeah, they kind of pre-spoke to a few contractors. But yeah, it's through, you can get information through BG's website or Drexel Tech, so. You know, the information's out there, so it's a little hard to know if anybody scoped it out yet, so. But. So hopefully we'll get.
How much interest? Hope we get 10 bidders.
Yeah, it would be nice to get a good amount, yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And speaking of the upcoming grant, I will be in DC in Rand's office, so.
Okay.
if there's something specific you want me to ask or discuss, get it my way.
Just need to know how to get the money, basically. Yeah,
Which one?
yeah. For the STAG grant, the EPA, yeah. Yeah, I just need to know what documentation they need. Of course, we have all the info, we just need to know what they need and I can get that submitted. That would be perfect.
The last one I talked to him said that EPA, you know, that you are listed.
Yeah.
Contact. And he said hopefully in the next couple of weeks, but he didn't know whether it was regional or the. I don't know, Kansas City or the.
Yeah.
You're not sure who it is, that we contact you.
Yeah.
It's not that.
Get the info.
It comes through them, through the state, through. It's a clean water, something. Other.
Yeah, I believe that's what it was. Mhm. Yeah, water revolving.
It's down through.
Yeah. Yeah, so just eagerly awaiting more information on what they need so they can give us the money. And as Rich said, kind of what that timing would be, how quickly, that could get turned around. So
I'll make note of it.
that'd be great. Thank you. Appreciate it. And if I hear anything, of course, I'll let everybody know as soon as possible and a few folks. Yeah. So we are working on that. I think that's the main points for Keats. Do you have anything else? Any other questions or thoughts on Keats? Anything else to?
Let's get it done.
We are getting there. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
We are gonna do it. And it's very clear direction, yes. All right. So jumping down to the Home in the Heartland grant, this is the Make My Move. I know Darren talked a little bit about it this morning as well. We have, and as I mentioned to you folks last week, we have two folks who have they have secured employment with employers in Riley County, and they have secured rentals in Riley County. So these are folks, they're coming from Arkansas and Montana, and solo travelers. They're coming from outside Kansas, so as required. We have all kinds of different, I kind of alluded to in my staff report, the information on the website, on the portal, literally changes daily.
Yeah.
So when I write the report, we might have 2 in offered status, and then the next day we could have 3, or we could have 1. They might have accepted an offer from another jurisdiction, and then of course they just fall off our list, basically. So we still have the one in accepted status. Basically, he just needs to move here. They've given us the MOU, and they've given us the, he's got a job. He's bringing a remote job with him. He just has to now move and give us the lease agreement or the purchase agreement. And then that one will be done with. But we do have 2 official movers coming this month to Riley County. So we are.
Halfway, so I remember, I did so many people within a certain time.
Yeah, 10 within the first year. It's actually June, since things kind of got started a little bit late, but so it's really hard to know. We might do that easily. We might not. We also have well over 100 people in kind of pre-eligible status. What that means is on paper, they look good, but they have to give us more information in order to move through the steps. So there is a lot of interest. There's a lot of, questions. I know Allison and the folks at Make My Move have fielded a lot of questions, a lot of communication. Yeah. So, and as we were talking about this morning, there's the the chamber and Make My Move are putting on. It's wound up being a webinar now instead of an in-person, but next Tuesday, I think that's the 17th at noon, they'll have a,
Not to put any pressure, but the CEO and COO is going to be on that call too. So
okay, perfect. Yeah, well, that's good. So hopefully now that we've kind of got, creating the program behind us, everything's out there. People are interested, people are talking about it. We've got a couple movers, we've got a lot of people in the queue. Hopefully, we're going to get some momentum and we'll just keep getting movers. So, yeah. And those two, so when I originally wrote this, again, seeing how it changes constantly, we had one mover. And then I believe it was like the next day, another one popped up. She got everything done that she needed to do, and here she is. So you just never know. So, but successful so far, with everything. So, and I know I've told you folks a couple times, but if you ever want to stop in and take a look at the portal, take a look at, kind of what the application looks like, what information people are giving us, just come on by. Happy to show you anything you want to look at. And if there's anything in particular you're wanting to know about the movers or anybody in the queue or anything like that, just let me know as well. And happy to share that information. When they apply, they kind of check off on a, what do you call it? That they're willing to let us give their information. Obviously, I'm not going to announce names, but they're willing, they check off that we can talk about their, their details or whatnot. So that is available for discussion. So. So moving along, everybody's favorite topic, short-term rentals. That will be back before you folks on the 23rd. If you remember, you did send it back to the planning boards for clarifying language about staff's ability to waive the 500-foot separation distance. Both planning boards have reviewed that and have recommended clarifying language as per kind of, the direction, if you will, the legal direction, I should say. So that'll come back to you folks on the 23rd.
I won't be here on the 23rd, but I'm just going to put in my 2 cents. We need to be done with this. Quite honestly, I don't know how we're going to enforce it, even if we do it. So why are we having the conversation?
Well, with the 500-foot, how we enforce that is at the beginning. Like if we get an application, Darren will get an application, he'll review everything, he'll look at the maps, and he'll say, there is an existing short-term rental within 500 feet, let's just say on the same street. And at that point, we would not be able to approve a license for this new short-term rental because it doesn't meet our regulations in effect. So this is one that we are putting in place that we would verify ahead of time. It's not one of those things that after the fact, you have your license maybe, and maybe you're not doing what you're supposed to, and it's hard for us to follow up on or know. So there's a little bit of distinction there, but I definitely understand the concern and frustration that it's hard to enforce some of this stuff. So, but just a heads up, that'll be back. Did you guys want that to be rescheduled so all three of you are here?
No, please, go ahead and do it.
Just get it done. I don't want to look at it. Okay. Just since you mentioned that, I just wanted to double check. So, okay. The Rural Economic Development Advisory Board, we of course have been meeting already in 2026. The board has expressed interest in keeping in touch with you folks, basically. If you remember early last year, each of you attended individually a REDAB meeting, and everybody was very appreciative about that. Basically, we're hoping you would be willing to do that again, just to come back and, have that chat again, with each of you. And then they would also like to get kind of standing time on your agenda in a regular meeting to present to you and to have that dialogue with you.
I was actually thinking about that. As you know, we've got an applicant that there's
Yes.
some questions about, and we'll talk about that later, but
Yeah.
I was thinking about that too, and I don't see why we couldn't just have a quarterly update. I don't think we need monthly because we're not really doing anything extravagant at this point in time, but yeah, quarterly update on what you guys are discussing, or maybe some goals and some future ideas and stuff would be fine. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, and that was one of the questions, how frequent would you like?
I think for now, quarterly.
That's
Is that?
what I'm looking at it ahead.
Okay. Perfect.
And then, again, hopefully starting in with the March meeting, if we could get, if you're willing and interested, if we could get each of you, separately to come to those subsequent meetings. So, next time I'll give you, so it's the third Wednesday, 3:00, of the month. So I don't know if you have any initial thoughts on, hey, I can go to March or April or May.
I'm sure the board meets at the same time at
That's right.
3:30. So you might have to be a little flexible with me, but I'll pick a month that we're not meeting because we don't necessarily meet every month.
Right.
We'll figure it out.
Okay, yeah, I can always I'll send a message to every, to all of you. And we can, go back and forth and coordinate that. We don't have to figure it out right now, but just wanted to make sure you were, okay with that. And then I can let Redab know. So, and then just to follow up on what Commissioner Ford was saying, I got time, I think it's on this, it might be on the 2nd or the 9th in March where we'll talk about membership. So we'll have that conversation. So. I have here. So the local environmental protection program, the LEPP grant that we are in our 2026 round for. If you remember, we had 2 applicants carry over from our 2025 round, if you will. Unfortunately, there was a misunderstanding and one of the applicants is ineligible. The project, they're already on public sewer. So the grant is not able to assist when you're already on public sewer. It can help if you have an existing private wastewater system that fails and you have to hook up to public service. It can help with part of that. But when it's already on public service, the grant, it's not eligible for the grant funds. But we do have another property owner that we're working on that is experiencing some issues with their system. So we're working to kind of finalize that, and then I'll get a new application round sent out to folks. So we'll hopefully get more applicants that we can help with that funding. So. And that's pretty much all I have. Did you have any questions for me or want to know about anything else that we haven't talked about?
Something earlier. What?
I just wanted to know when the bids were due.
Yeah.
That's right. Back in my brain, so I'll get back with you later.
You know how to find me,
Yes.
so. All right, thank you, commissioners.
You say you. Figure out how to put it on. Yeah. Okay. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Morning, Commissioners. Russell Stuckey, Emergency Services Director / Fire Chief. Got my staff report that signed on giving you last week, but fairly normal stuff. Obviously keeping on top of the building remodel. Meet on that bi-weekly or more often. Working with David on bringing him up to speed on some of the things that I do on a daily basis. Obviously monitored some severe weather that we had. Robert arranged and hosted. We had a railroad 101 class, a safety class about working emergencies around the railroad.
and, new to some department members, refresher to others. I think we had around 30 attend that, plus some Manhattan Fire guys attended, so that was good. Working on doing some exercises with USD 378 and 384 as far as like active shooter, active violence. Trying to get those set up. 383 does a lot of them, pretty regular, but 378 and 384 haven't done too much yet, but we're trying to spur them on to get them to do something like that. So I attended the state's annual wildfire symposium, and talking about the outlook for spring. Yeah, grass fire season, obviously it's kind of like predicting the weather. It's exactly like predicting the weather. There's no way to know for sure. There is a pretty good fuel load out there. We had a pretty good growing season last year, and so there is quite a bit of fuel out there to burn. So that's for sure. Whether we have hot, dry conditions or cool and damp, moist conditions, who knows?
We just need some more moisture.
Yeah. Ready to complete the purchase of the used pumper tanker that'll go to station 115. It is here on site getting the lettering and radios and markings and equipment mounted in cabinets and hopefully be in service in the next couple of weeks. We also received delivery of the UTVs. They're in the same status, getting the radios and the lights and the lettering and the markings and the loose equipment mounted in them. So they should be ready to go by grass season for sure. And we'll bring both of those items to a future commission meeting so you can check them out and look them over. Maybe get some pictures.
Yeah.
So we also got the replacement deputy chief truck to replace the one that got crashed, and of no fault of our own. And so it is also in the same stages of getting radios and lights and siren markings and letterings and all that good stuff. And so it should be up and running and in service before grass season starts. Deputy Chief Conradi got his pilot's license, his drone pilot's license approved. So now both deputy chiefs have a pilot license to fly our UAV to look at fires and evaluate stuff over the hill versus having to drive potentially around 5 miles to go look and see if the fire's over there. They can just put the UAV up and fly it over there and take a look and have it done in 5 or 10 minutes, what might take 20 or 30 minutes. So that'll be good. Both deputy chiefs were out plowing snow during the snow that we had. And so that was good. After a year ago snowstorm, we decided we had a second truck that we could put a snowplow on, that we went ahead and put a snowplow on. And I thought by doing that, we wouldn't get any snow, but it didn't. We actually have used it. So
we didn't get as much.
No.
That's the key.
Right.
Hopefully. Yeah. Yeah. Seems like we could mark.
Especially when we have weather like this now.
Yeah.
So, have the different run reports and newsletter that I shared with you. I don't know if you have any questions on those. And the last few pages are kind of a 2025 summary of all the calls. The second page, of course, are just for January of this year. And then the last few pages, like I said, are accumulation of all of last year. Fairly normal trends. I think if the medical calls has actually trended down for us, that's just because we worked with EMS and dispatch to change the way we are dispatched to some of those that at one point we were dispatched to every medical call out in the county, and we've changed that to where we don't really need to send a fire truck for just a sick person or a stub toe or, those lower level, lower priority calls. So we have changed that to where we go more on the higher priority calls, bad trauma, heart attack, obviously rescues, car wrecks, and ones that knowing they're going to need help lifting and things like that. Do you have any questions for me? All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Russ. Deputy, teammate.
She's got the flu. Bad case of it sounds like.
Yeah.
I hope she did not share. Hope not. I've managed to survive my kids, though. We'll see. Good morning, Commissioners. Jesse Hubbard with Riley County Community Corrections. I'm here today to present a grant request. And as you know, the 21st Judicial District Recovery Court Program started in March of 2022, and it was funded with a 4-year Bureau of Justice Assistance grant in the amount of $549,999, and that ends at the end of March this year. It continues to serve a critical role in reducing recidivism, improving treatment engagement, and supporting long-term recovery for individuals involved in the criminal justice system. The Riley County Board of County Commissioners, the Clay County Board of County Commissioners, and the City of Manhattan Board of County Commissioners have approved the use of opioid settlement funds in order to assist in funding this program for the 2026 year. However, we still need additional funding. So we applied for and were awarded funding through the Office of Judicial Administration, or the OJA, via a specialty court funding award. If we are allowed to accept this award, it would assist the recovery court program in addressing barriers such as medical and mental health evaluations and treatment, transportation, employment assistance, and structured sober living. It would additionally assist with the cost of paying for a defense attorney representation, as well as provide training opportunities for recovery court team members. And I don't think she says it on there. We were awarded, I believe, just shy of $30,000.
28,650.
Yes, thank you.
Good.
Every little bit helps.
Yes, we're piecing it together.
Any questions?
No, it's pretty simple. Let's do it and see what happens. Yeah, I've got it in front of me here. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the 2026 Specialty Court Funding Award Agreement.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the 2026 Specialty Court Funding Award Agreement. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners. Everybody stay healthy.
Have a good weekend.
Well, now, what's that? Is that just paranoia or is it?
A minute to spare.
Okay, which I have noticed this, by the way, that on the agenda, the reason is for confidential legal advice. This is just personnel matters, so.
It's on the
I think
agenda.
you're on a motion right now.
Yeah.
Confidential advice is personnel.
Gotcha.
And so the personnel that you have on here is correct.
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, and I move the county commissioners, including Chairwoman Folke, Vice Chairman Ford, and Commissioner McKinley, with Rich Fargo, Riley County Clerk, and Jacob Hansen, County Counselor, recess into executive session pursuant to the non-elected personnel matters, exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and to protect the privacy of the employees. The open meeting to resume in the County Commission chamber at 12:30 p.m. Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for the county commission to recess into executive session for the reasons previously stated under the personnel matters of personnel exception to the Kansas Meetings Act. All in favor? Aye.
The reason why it takes. I
A lot of people, yeah.
There's a reason why.
We are live again.
Okay. I'm gonna move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I'll second.
So moved and seconded, the Board of County Commissioners come out of the executive session. All in favor?
I also move that the record reflect actions shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the record reflect action shall be taken and consistent with the consensus reached in executive session. All in favor? Aye. Okay, we'll close Monday.
You are, they are, extra day off.
Thank you, Lincoln. Thank you, Washington. Yeah,
Okay, big deal.
well, I chose to take the entire day off. Yes, I will. I don't have anything else.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
I think we've done enough today.
It's been a long day.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and make a motion that we adjourn the February 12th meeting of the Riley County Commission.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn the February 12th meeting of the Riley County Commission.